Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. Start every trading day morning at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. All the times that I refer to or that are visible on my charts or my platforms here are Central Standard Time. I only trade live. I only trade vetted, statistically verified vetted setups. And there will never be a playback or a recording here. It's only live trades in the live market. However, the intention of this stream is not for trade or financial advice. It's my trading journal. So I need to journal my trades. That's the whole point here. The thinking is that streaming publicly, I have you can't amp up any degree of accountability or transparency, and hopefully it might help somebody, be entertaining, whatever. There's a disclaimer in the description here, so please read that. All right, let's get on to the numbers here. Out of the box, first and foremost, we have basically nothing in the way of numbers. This is investing.com. It's my old standby news source. I like the way it presents here to screen capture for Discord or wherever. They only focus on traditional economic numbers and reports. CPI, non-farm payroll, FOMC minutes, not random events that might have a high risk to our market. And we'll talk about that in a minute. You can filter for anywhere you want to be, any report, and notice that each event title turns into a URL. If you don't know what the Canada CPI is, you can click on that URL and it tells you all about it. Also, there's earnings. When we get into earnings season, you can follow that. You can, go ahead, back, whatever you want to do. And I have it set for 2 and 3 stars only, so the list is a little bit less choked up. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice, and I do that kind of for the opposite reason that I follow investing.com. Again, you can filter this. Oh, and I forgot to mention, both investing.com and Financial Juice are the free version. My theory is if I want to keep everything that I use here on the stream available and to anybody that would like to use it, regardless, it doesn't do me any good if I have a Bloomberg terminal and, it's $32,000 a year. So there you go. I keep it free. Back to Financial Juice. What they do here is in their docket or their calendar, if some known potential risk to the market is going to happen or to our auction is going to happen, they try to pull them into this calendar. Trump's going to have a speech all of a sudden. No, this is not any kind of a political comment. It's a fact. In today's world, our primary job as traders is to preserve our account. The fundamental way you preserve your account, perhaps the most important thing you can learn how to do, never mind strategies and entries and all that indicators, is risk management. Well, if there is a potential risk to the market and we don't know about it, you cannot manage or mitigate a risk that you don't know is coming. So I appreciate when Financial Juice or Walter Bloomberg pull those kind of things into the market, into their docket here. Not all the time. Who can say when Trump's going to tweet something? On that, nobody can. So that's a danger, an ever-present danger that we have in this current environment. So That's Financial Juice Docket. The right side over here is more like a squawk box where they just kind of keep a running narrative going, and that you see the different colors for importance or what they feel is importance to the market, et cetera. So those are the two news sources that I typically follow. The next order of business then is the pre-market. So this was quite an interesting. I've been streaming these Globex session from 5 o'clock or 1700 Central Standard until about 2030. That gives me the opening range breakout for the Globex, which is 1700 to 1600. And then we have the opening range for Asia, which is 1900 to 20. So I'm standing here watching these happen, and here was Globex. And there's the open, there's Asia open, and Asia, and London, and here we are. I was particularly interested last night because my broker AMP Futures periodically will raise the required intraday margin substantially if there's a potential risk. There are 4 situations where they always do it: PPI, CPI, non-farm payroll, and FOMC minutes. That's no question about that. But now and then, when there's going to be some known or suspected potential risk, high volatility, they'll raise the intraday margin from like 500 a day up to the maintenance amount, which would be $5,000. So that's occurred last night. So I was expecting some sort of volatility, but I didn't see anything happen. I guess they were betting on some sort of political drama that didn't occur. I don't know. Anyway, this is Bookmap, where I only trade live. Any trade that I only trade vetted trades. So as the trade sets up, I recognize it, I narrate it. If there's a trigger, I execute, and then I manage the trade. The key to this journal is everything on my 2 primary monitors here is captured in the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. So it's a complete, transparent, permanent record or journal of my trading. It's really a handy idea. You should try it. And OBS is free, right? So the tools that you need are free. The platforms are not. I pay for Bookmap, and I pay a subscription for IRT. This is my charting. This is IRT, or Investor RT. And I have it set up for the micro, tab, and the minis. Same configuration. One thing about investing.rt is that thing. If you look in the header here, there's of any of the windows, you can always see the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you're never lost. Also, I have these watermarks back here on a couple of the charts. But so this is the micro ES, micro NQ, the micro ES high time frame chart, or the micro composite chart, we call them. And this is a market profile. Now, I do not change market profile between micro and mini. It stays on mini. I do change it from full session to Globex. And there's the same, as I said, same configuration over here, but for the minis. So that's exactly the same. Now, trading micros to start with, so here we go. So let's start at the high time frame, and that is this chart. Now, again, it is the micros, 1 day chart, daily session. Each one of these candlesticks is one RTH trading session. Thursday. I've scrubbed the Friday holiday for Juneteenth. I always do that. So each one of these candles represents a trading day, an RTH session, and wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them. That creates the micro composite volume profile, the volume POC, all that stuff. And these red and green lines, which represent the high and the low volume nodes of this current volume profile. The values for the high and low volume nodes push to bookmap, as do the session prices from IRT. Now, this also generates a micro composite VPOC, which is this yellow line. I try to keep all the lines and coloring consistent. Initial balance, high and low are green. Developing point of control is yellow. The VWAPs are this purpley looking color. Yeah. Let's see what we're doing for volume so far. Well, it's about average. I'm really surprised. I thought there was going to be some sort of a dust up, and that's why I had actually a lot to do last night, but I was keen to do that just to see what would happen. I did miss a good opportunity because I had my charting on 15 minutes instead of 5, and I'll show you that later on. But let's now get to the book map right here. Okay, first and foremost, you'll see Blue Boy over here to the left. This is nothing more complicated than a vertical line. I slap that on the first print of each session. And if you don't believe me, you can see, as we went along here, okay? And what that does is I've discovered it's really handy for me. If I look left here, glance left, and I see Blue Boy, I know that that's the beginning print of the current session. I also know that this is the inside market. This is where we are right here, right now. So I know without question that I have the full session in view, and therefore the context, which is really important. So from the columns from the right to the left are the micro composite column where I manually enter some of these values, POC and all-time high and that kind of thing. And these are the high and low volume nodes which push automatically. This is the full session volume profile right here, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. RTH volume profile and delta, which will reset this morning at 8:30, and then we'll have that up to date. And this is the statistics column, which is important to me, very definitely. And these are the session prices, which push automatically from bookmap to bookmap from IRT. I don't have the dome here anymore, but I do have the important columns. This is the bid, ask, or the full book. Level 2, the prices. Now, there's no indicators on my IRT or bookmap. There are just POC, which, as I said earlier, is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So 75.40, we've traded 2,334 contracts. The split second that we trade 2,435 contracts somewhere, this yellow line is going to move there. That's all it is. It just marks the price. And yes, it plots all. This is how that price has moved all night until now. That's it. This is the mid, and this is the RTA or the Globex VWAP. There'll be the RTH VWAP here plotting up in a minute. No other lines or levels. It's just price lines. I keep it real simple. That works for me. Volume, price, statistics, or probabilities, period. Now, speaking of statistics and probabilities, how do we do that? Well, the first thing we need to do is determine the open type for the day statistically. And that's only 2 criteria. And that goes like this. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, I can tell you a little secret. This is kind of complicated because of the holiday, but here was the close up here. Here was the open. So the close is up here at about, and where's the close? It should be over here somewhere. Should be at about 75, 76. So the close has got to be laying right under one of these levels. And here's our open from the overnight, and now we're trading up above the close, right? Just barely. our inventory has essentially been short all night, but they've been trading it up to the close to even it out for that holiday. Today's a little funny because of the holiday. I'm sorry, but what do you want? So I don't see the close here now, and that's kind of disappointing. I wish I could point that out to you. I know it's right here. Let's try to figure out exactly what the close is here. The close is 75.70. Now, with any kind of a on IRT, notice the info box. Okay, whichever one of these wrinkle bars or candles I hover over, it gives the stats. There's the date, the time, high, low, close, open, volume, all that stuff. So 75, 74, 75. So 75 over here at Bookmap. 75, 74, 75 right there should be the close. And it's not, it's having a problem figuring that out because of the holidays. But at this moment, we're higher than the close. Not by much, but we're higher than the close. How would that compare to the previous RTH range? Well, at the moment, the high is right up here at 75.83. You see the previous high? 75.83. Okay, we're under 75.83. So at the moment, we're higher in range as we were on Thursday. Now, if that had changed, I would change the title of the column right here. And I keep the column title accurate because it's very important to me. When I look at the stream or a screen snap, I can glance here and I know automatically what the data was, how the configuration was, and the relationship with the overnight to the open. Pretty big deal. So now we're going to delete all the previous statistics because guess what? They're not applicable anymore. And we will go pull up. We'll go pull up I just realized something. We'll pull up the new ones. You right click and go configure column to change that title. Then you go right click and clear all notes to get rid of the previous ones. And now we're going to go get the current ones. And that happens from IRT statistics. Here was the last close, and we're still higher in range. It's been this will be the third day. So let's first update this. Whoop-de-doo. I'm going to need to restart IRT too, I'm pretty sure, before too long. Higher in range. So the way the system works is very simple. It looks back at the most recent 1,811 trading days. Of these trading days, we opened higher in range 583 of them. The days where we've opened higher in range, the overnight volume point of control was taken out 80.6 times, revisited. The overnight volume point of control is right there. 80.6. Whoops, that didn't work, did it? I'm going to do something here. I have to do something I just thought about. I'm a little sleepy this morning. It was a 4 o'clock wake up. Now 4:30. But I woke up early. I want to be sure that the settlements are not in there. Let me restart this thing. I've got to restart IRT quickly before I do something else with it because I don't have because of the data it hadn't pulled settlement. Let's restart it and see what happens. So we're going to continue to put these statistics in after we get IRT restarted, and then I want to make it really clear that the statistics are not hard, fast lines in the sand or targets. They are exactly what they are. They are probabilities or statistics. So there you go. Okay. That stuck. That's pretty cool. All right. Let's get back to the statistics tab now. Oh, I need to do the TLab snap, so I'll do that now. That's the reason I was doing that restart. Let me just do that snap quickly, and then we can be off to the next whiskey bar here. And let's see here. This is why I stream preferably. I can't multitask worth of crap. What does it say the POC is over here? Let's just quickly look. Where did IRT go? I can't find it. There it is. POC. This doesn't look right. This data doesn't look right to me here. It's saying 65, 63, and that doesn't seem right. Let's download the data. What am I doing? Okay. Let's do the data download again. All right. So anyway, the Bookmap Discord chat room is called the Traders Lab. It's started by Tom B. He was a professional trader. He's been at it 48 years. It's not a trade calling room, nor is it a live trade room, but it is a lot of good advice, a lot of good people. You're never solicited for anything. I'm busy trying to figure out what I'm doing here now. So let me get this uploaded, and then I'll have to do probably a scrub, and this will be kind of confusing, and we're going to open in about, I want to get this done before we open. Updated. No, it's downloading in progress. Okay. Yeah, so I will continue to put the statistics in when able. I'm doing a Discord downloady thing over here, and we'll see if it pulls up the data. Where am I here? MES. That's not right. Oh, wait. RTH BPO. Where the hell is... I don't see something I'm looking for here. 7543. Is that right? See something here now. Sorry for the confusion here, but I had to do something here. Delete a message. There. Well, anyway. All right, so let's see if we got that out of the way. Yeah, we're going to open in 5. All right, so this is the stat. This is the screen snap that I pull for trade the TLab every day at about 8:20, and early in the morning today was about 5. I posted the reports for the day. I used to be quite active in there, but I'm not anymore because I'm busy I'm focusing on the stream, which is actually a suggestion from the TLab to focus on your own market and narrate what's going on rather than yucking it up and whatever in some other place, Discord room or whatever, right? So it's no slight to the TLab or Tom or anybody in there. It's just I'm following the next step, which is suggested by him to focus on my own market. But I feel the need, or not the need, but I feel a sense of obligation sort of every day to post this screen snap, which kind of gives all the numbers that somebody might be interested in and show some support. So there you go with the TLab. That's, I think, about all I can remember to think about. Now I got to make sure I've got everybody up to speed and the proper holidays happening. And yeah, okay. Look at all the naked volume points of control over here underneath the market. Okay, let's go. We're on to that. Okay, let's get over to I have to make sure that it remembered the scrub, and something looks wrong right there. I can tell you that right now. There's two. Every once in a while, IRT doesn't act very nice. You see? It has not scrubbed the holiday here. It's remembered that crap. So what I need to do now is scrub holidays, and then this will go away. This is Thursday and Friday morning. No, it's okay. Now we're going to go like that and save. Got to make sure everything's cooking properly here. Let's make sure that we don't have that freaking holiday. Yeah, we do. See right over here. Boop, 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 boop. Isn't it? Yep. Nope. 17. Okay, this is correct. So the NQ stayed all right. Let's get rid of those naked volume points of control. This is okay. Sorry about this, but this happens a lot of times when there's a holiday, and especially if I'm busy doing something else all weekend or whatever else. Life's what happens while you're making other plans, right? Okay. Yep. Okay. Now, what I saw was, I think, no, okay, that's good. Let me go over here and look at this one. What I thought I saw was another chart underneath the one, and that's sometimes IRT forgets its layouts, kind of. Let's check. Aha. See there? And this is an MES, which is not supposed to be on this particular one. It's supposed to be just the ES. We'll close that off, and we'll bring this back up here where it belongs. Oh, and I see that it's doing the same thing down here. Okay. And this is part of the reason why IRT sometimes does the big lag dance. Frickin', I'm sorry about this. Oh, well, we're going to open in a couple of minutes, so I'll look into this later. Let's get ready for the open. I don't know what I was saying. I hope everything's okay. What the hell is that now? Okay. Well, we're going to open here in about 15 seconds, and look at them go. Look at them go up, 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 and away. Crazy shit. Like there's a reason for, to be blowing out the top. That's supposed to reset automatically, but I'm sick of dicking with it. Well, okay, here we go. And now, oh, I didn't have the open. I'm sorry. And now we're going to reset IRT to the RTH session from the overnight. And that goes like this. Boom. Pretty cool, huh? Now you see today, this is RTH from Thursday. Right there, okay? Now we're going to do the same thing. And how you do that is you just hit the key. And there you go. The problem is, as usual, IRT is stumbling all over itself with data. IRT is an older program or application or package. It's professional grade, but it doesn't multi-thread. And in this huge increase in data, which is pretty phenomenal, I've seen a plot of it, how the data has just unbelievably, exponentially increased. It's pretty weird, frankly. It's pretty incredible. Come on, son of a bitch. You see 21-second lag over here, but nothing going on in the micros, which is pretty surprising. Let's get over here to the minis. And do the same drama here. Okay. The mini, ES, NASDAQ, mini micro composite high time frame chart. This is the market profile, which is always on the minis. And this, my boys and girls, my little bookies, is right over here. There we go. And look at us go. Oh, yes. God, let's go up some more. Please. Please, let's go higher. We're opening right inside of, we opened just a little bit out of Thursday's range, but well within inside of Wednesday's dump right here. You can see it plainly there. There's where we opened, and here's the highs and the lows, and there we are. So we'll see what happens here with the, we'll see what happens, I guess, won't we? Now we need to put Blue Boy on the job here. Where is that lazy devil? I don't even see him down here anymore. See him anywhere. Whatever, don't need 30. Where'd that go? There we are. Okay. So we're going to get Blue Boy rousted out now. Out of bed and on the job. There you are. First print of this RTH session. So we'll now know what Contacts is doing. We know that we have our initial balance high up here, our low down there. Our open is somewhere around here, right there, I think. Yep. Okay. Here we go. Hi ho, here we go. Remember that this is my virtual journal, so any trades taken in Bookmap are live. The forward testing and back testing is done in IRT or in conjunction with Edgeful. And one of the things that you're probably going to agree is pretty important, and that would be my ability to trade. Okay, if I want to put a trade on Bookmap right now, there's nothing going to happen because the trade control panel is not activated. I have to pick an account, and in this case, I'm using the Lucids, and it's 5 contracts. That's correct. Boom. Let's make sure that we have the proper statistics. Yep. And this is because these are active still from last night's stream, right? and multi-trade account, because the reason I'm using the Lucid setup now instead of my active, my AMP live account, well, a couple of reasons. One was the increased margin, and I am a risk manager. So I am going to de-risk my live account by using these Lucid accounts. Also, it's part of the my experiment to develop the hedge concept for risk management, and it's the most cost-effective way to de-risk from my live account, be able to trade similar volume, size trades, and still be able to profit, but the reduced risk completely. So if you understand any of that, and if not, well, we'll talk about it all later. So we've done that. Now, the next thing, the reason I want to keep going here before I doze off, I have to set up the hedge instrument, which is the mini. And it's the same story. And it's one lot. And there we go. Now the hedge is set up. And everything is in place. Bubba Louie. I went on and over. I spent about an hour and a half with AI over the weekend. And I got to tell you that whole AI thing is the biggest crock of crap I have ever seen. It's like snake oil times 2. This thing told me do this, do that, and I would say, oh, but excuse me, I'm using this version of Bookmap. So, oh, thank you for the clarifying that. Then then you need to achieve what you're trying to do. You need to do this and this and this. We went on for over an hour and a half, and finally I said, nothing you've told me works. Are you just making this up as you go along? Well, we don't really do that, but if we don't have accurate data, we just try to do what makes sense. Honest to Christ. It's ridiculous. Just making shit up. It was just making stuff up. Oh, do this, do that, configure this, do this. It'll work perfectly. I'd pause it. I do all this stuff. I was using replay, right? Absolutely didn't work. Complete waste of time. Fits right in with Elon Musk and Sam Altman and those geniuses. Complete waste of time. Snake oil salesman. SpaceX has lost money for the entire time it's been a company. 21 years. Got to hand it to them. Really, here we go for the liquidity. They're going to tag the 6s up here. You watch and see. This liquidity's been parked out over here for a long time, since 7 o'clock this morning. And they know they're coming. That's for sure. I would say without question, they're going to get up there and tag that out. So we have Bookmap set up to trade. We've got Blue Boy on the job. The fanboys are going for the moon, Alice. And now we can start thinking about the initial balance setup based on actual data and my back testing. And we'll look at that in a minute here. Let's kind of let the dust clear a little bit and make sure I got everything else going all right. I suppose I do. Or not. Go back to bed. Okie dokie. So we got about 28C here today, which is around 80 or 70 something, 78 F for you Fers out there. Raining like stink all weekend, and it's good for the ground, I guess, but makes it tough, mowing the lawn and shit. My appointed house chores, plus I had to do a bunch of maintenance stuff here at the house, that switch out shower valve cartridges and stuff like that. A lot of exciting things. Okay, we're up and running and streaming. No drop frames. That's a good thing. Bookmap is mapping. IRT is on the right day. Didn't get screwed up with the scrubbing and... Oh, thank you. I forgot. Okay. So let's start thinking about the data. Let's all go Electric Avenue. Now, as I said earlier in the pre-market, all trades on this, first of all, I have a commitment to not take any trade off of stream. That's exactly why I'm doing the Globex streams in the evening now, because and this will be the 4th week, I wanted to explore if there were interesting trade opportunities in the opening range or the orb trades for Globex and then Asia. And if there are, and I take the trade, I don't want to violate my commitment. So I've tied myself into that stream for the current period. Until if there's nothing interesting, well then to hell with that, won't do it anymore. I mean, that's not the point. But that's Bookmap. Oops, that's on Bookmap. Now IRT is where I do back and forward testing of strategies to statistically verify if they have a positive expectancy or not. And that's done like this. Get rid of some of this extra crap that we don't need here from the restart. There we go. So this would be the initial balance. This is the initial balance strategy that I came up with a long time ago now, back in September, October. Using fixed zones for continuation or pullback zones, and in a trigger zone on either side of the initial balance, high or low. Okay. Do we have a lag? Oh, big time. Okay. Now, these are the rules of the strategy. The computer evaluates every one of these rules every 30-second bar. And they're just Boolean. So the chart over here is just a visualization tool for me to be sure or to verify that what I think is happening when I think it should happen, when I had planned for it to happen. This chart has got nothing to do with the actual trade itself. And the way that this gets sent over here today, which is forward testing, because this is working on live data right there, is I send this system to the charts, so it will plot if there's a trade taken. But it's forward testing of a system, and it's in the simulated environment of IRT right here. It's not going to Lucid or my AMP account as the live trades are for Bookmap. And this is where I can back test, and I'll show you how that back testing results work and all that stuff. This is the current, and I've got to do the same story over here. Sorry about that. And make sure that we got all of these turned off. So all these frickin' lines go somewhere, anywhere but here. And then this is the IB edge full trading idea. So London high and low is green, Asia high and low is gold, US high and low is the red color, but as I said, I try to keep my coloring consistent. So this is the previous high, low, RTH high, RTH low, and these are the current IB and the zones, 25, 50, 25, from or 25, 50, 75% of the range. There's the IB low, there's the IB high. These values here of these percentages push automatically to Bookmap, and there they are right there. Isn't that amazing? Cool, huh? All right. So this is also a strategy that I'm developing and testing, a variant of the initial balance, and it's based on the edgeful data. What's Ned got to say here? Something must be wrong with the data. I don't know. I'll go look and see in a minute. So what I'm talking about there is, or let me start over. So it's how can I put that? Well, I'm not gonna figure out exactly how to do that. I think the best way to start is that I approach trading as a statistical business. Remember earlier in the pre-market, I talked about only based on volume, price action, and probabilities. So this is not an epiphany that I had. This is based on the most successful traders and hedge fund managers in the world that have all come to the conclusion that the market is essentially random. To try to predict where the market's going is not a good idea or a long-term success, but rather you identify an occurrence which happens frequently, and the statistic and the parameters that justify an entry for that. So I've focused on the initial balance high and low, and I have developed those, which we just were looking at over here in IRT, the strategies, and back tested them to come up with the data. But I am an old guy. I'm actually an old cowboy from Montana, and that's the truth. I was raised on a ranch in Montana, and I am certainly not a code wizard. So for me to do this took a long time to get to to get my head around how to do it, and then be able to develop and do this so that it was reliable to do what I wanted. Back testing, the rules, trade management. I'm trying to develop more vetted strategies, but without all the time that it takes me to code them. My goal is not to be a coder, it's to be a successful trader and have a successful, consistently profitable trading business, right? So what I'm doing now is I'm leaning on another tool called Edgeful. And it's a data analysis tool. So this is database trading, and it fits hand in glove with what I, right in hand in glove with how I've been developing my business. Got to type some of these. Sorry about that. So what we're doing here, I'm not going to look at the what's in play and all these kind of things because I don't really focus on them much, and I'm trying to just cut to the chase here. So the report that I'm interested in is the initial balance. And first thing we're going to do is get to the reports, right? And go to the initial balance trades and start with a. There we go. So we need to get this on the MES, which for some reason it refuses to remember. And that's my fault, I'm sure. And this is looking back 6 months, and this is, let's put it on the Chicago cash session, which is 8:30 in the morning to 1500 Central Standard Time. You'll notice that there's a lot of times the initial balance or some level is taken in that window of time between 1500 and 1600 when the cash closes and the market keeps going for another hour, the curb trade and stuff. So I want to know, I'm only interested in what's happening in the market where I'm going to be trading it. So looking at this without looking at any day filtering or anything else, there's a 75% probability we're going to single break the IB. 22% will double break, and at 2.38%, we will not break either side. Boom. Now, this is a 60-minute initial balance, which is correct. 5-minute candle, that's fine, and by wick. The difference by wick or by close really makes a big difference what candle period you have, because think about it. The wick is the higher the low. So if the market goes up to the IB and back down and closes down in here someplace, it's still valid. But if you have it set to by close, the candle has to close above the level in order to have it be a statistic, and that's not something I want to do at this point. I do have another trade that uses the close, not the wick, but let's keep going. And this is 6 months. So let's look at the by weekday, which is really eye-opening. So here's Monday. 69% we're going to single break. 29%, 7% we're going to double break. Tuesday? Wednesday? Oh, Thursday? My goodness. Friday? 90%. Isn't that amazing? I think so. I think it's real insightful. So here's Monday. Now we're talking. We got a 70%, a 26%, and a 3.8%. So what does that do? Well, it increases it changes the way I look at the market. The next order of business will be the rejection. Now, what have we done first? We first formed the IB low. IB low formed first. Changes these dynamics, these probabilities. We have a 72% probability we're going to break the IB high, and only 26% we're going to break the IB low. When the IB high has been formed, a low has been formed first. Here's the IB low, way over here. And there's the IB high, formed quite later. And we can confirm all of this. Something else I want to show you. We can confirm all of this with TradingView, which I have dumbfounded is really a slick program, and I have never used it. I had not even paid attention to it until I renewed my use of Edgeful and discovered that if you use Edgeful, they give you all these. Give you access to all these TradingView indicators with your subscription. So, pretty slick. What I use is the session markers, and these are the opening range breaks. These are what I use at night for that stream. Globex, Asia, and then here's London, and now here we are on they call it New York, okay, US, initial balance open. And you see that the low was put in first. The high followed, and I don't see my zones, and I know why. I had inadvertently nuked the initial balance. I got to set this up a little better here. I got to put the zones in there. Boom, bitty, boom, bitty, boom, bitty. There we go. 25, 50, 75. Okay. Now you have them. Now this red line here, let's see if I can make this bigger. This green line is it's called the continuation candle. I'm not sure why. It's just basically gives you a concept and a visualization of bias. Here's our opening print for the session for the initial balance. It's the close of the current candle is above the open, so it's green. Other way around, it'll be red. And then this is the initial balance. Hour continues to develop. You see that we have a 25 point and a tick opening initial balance range so far, and we have not set the range or taken it out because it's not the end of the first 1 hour yet. So there we go. But this makes it real handy to visualize for me. And if I want to go back and look at what happened the last couple of million times or whatever else, it's real simple. So much easier than IRT, to be honest with you. It doesn't have the complexity or but it's great for a great tool for visualization, I think. And can't believe I haven't used it after, for all these years. Anyway, so we are set up for the initial balance trade. We're watching what happens. We're trading up. We've got the zones pushing across from IRT to Bookmap. We're ready to go with Bookmap for a hedge trade. And I'll talk about that in a second here. And remember, this is, if it comes up here and takes out the IB high, it's not the statistic. It can continue to push this IB high clear up here to this liquidity between now and 9:30. Same way with the low. Now, one thing to pay attention to over here now on the price chart or on the heat map, this more muted yellow is the full session volume profile. That's right here. That's 2536. Remember we looked at that in the pre-market? Well, we've reset here, and now we're trading up here. Here's the POC for the RTH session, a more bright yellow. Here's the VWAP, RTH. VWAP full session is down below us, way down below us. You can see the VWAPs here, and that's the same on the full session. IB high. Why is that saying that? And remember that now we're up above all our statistics from last week. It's kind of a clunky mess right after a holiday. I'll be the first to admit that. So, excuse me. But there we are. Oh, Anton, bon dia, happy Father's Day, Juneteenth, whatever. Hope you had a great weekend, long one. I worked my ass off. I'm tired. All I want to do is go to bed. Yeah. Happy Monday to you. I got real excited and did the Globex stream again last night because I got the email from AMP that they're raising the margins to 25% of maintenance. And so that typically there are 4 instances when that is a regular known thing, and that's PPI, CPI, non-farm payroll, and FOMC, none of which is happening today. So that's said to me, well, they're expecting some sort of volatility, or the CME is, to probably around this geopolitical mess. So I was keen to do that, but really nothing happened. We had a sell-off in Asia in the Globex, and the minute Asia opened, they started trading it up, and they never quit. And we're still up here. So, but not any huge volatility or anything like that. So I'm not sure what the story was there, and I haven't seen an email from them that they're rolling the margins back, but I'm on the Lucid thing, so that's not a problem. And here we're going to push up our IB again, and I'm sure we're going to take out this 98 and the 76s, and likely going to do that before the IB sets. So I hope you had a great weekend. Anyway, we're back to the, I did miss a data-driven, edgeful confirmed trade in the Globex last night by having the wrong time frame set I was looking at a 15-minute candle instead of my usual, because I had seen something that looked interesting to me doing that with less noise. and what it did was it eliminated the trigger. So, oops. Meanwhile, back to the ranch, right? I hope everything's good on your side. I'm still struggled with that, how to take that hedge leg off. I've tried up and down and back and forth and replays, and I am leery about what to do there because I, more than once in the replay environment, I've doubled my risk, and I'm trying to figure out how to get around that. But I'm still keen to develop it. I just need to figure out what to do. And of course, the ideal situation is if you get on the trade with the right setup, you don't ever get the hedge triggered anyhow, and then you start trailing a stop, and Bob's your uncle. So here we are with, this is where we are so far with Edgeful. We're in the initial balance, the right instrument, the right amount of months, close in. Here's the low was formed first and continues to be so. Therefore, the initial balance high is the most likely suspect for a single break. We don't have the end of day in yet, of course, because it's not the end of the set. The IB hasn't been set. I've got this on 5 minutes now instead of 15. Here's what's so slick about this. Here's what happened. Okay, here is the IB, or OB, excuse me, the opening range. Set. No breakout. Breakout just by a tick. Retrace to the 25, which is a trigger, and would have been a lovely short. Not so lovely after Asia opened, but you get it. Here's what my problem was. I had it set on 15 minutes. And let me see if I can find the right one now. Here we go. There was no trigger at all. Oops. So I'm going to stick with the 5s and see how it goes. Oh, not seconds. No. Oh, I did wrong button. I don't want seconds. I want minutes. There we go. So that was a piss off. Just, standing here for those hours every day for nothing. That was really the first opportunity I've had. And now in Tokyo or Asia, also the same thing. There's the IB. It did break the IB right at the last, but never pulled back until a long time after I was in bed, and got clear back to the 50, and then it chugged up to the top like a champ. But I wonder how long. It's the same story with like any of the other VPOC migration or whatever. How long do you wait? This is 8 o'clock. And this is 11:30, midnight. So, well, I'm not going to be up doing that. So I have to stop and think about is this even worth doing? Because I may not be there to take advantage of the opportunity. And I don't think with the hedge for sure, there's no way to let it run. With a market bracket order, yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah, and the Atlantic Beach and the Gulf Stream there is really great. And the kids can get some snorkeling. There's usually some coral around close, that kind of thing if they do that. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Gulf at all. But I've spent a lot of time out in that, the Gulf Stream and that Atlantic coast and then the Caribbean. But yeah, it's really nice. Good for you. Lovely. So here we are. And there you have it. Boop. Let's see where we go now. Where the hell did this all happen to? Why won't you do what you're supposed to do? Okay. I see something from Ned. I suppose there's some bullshit with the data. I don't know. What is this? Okay. I suppose there's some crap with. I don't see anything. I don't know. I saw something from Ned, but I did. Oh, here we go. Hmm. Well, let me see, Neddy boy. Hold on a second here. I got to see what Ned's talking about. This is Thursday. Okay, I guess that's bullshit. So we'll move on. All right. We pushed it up. Here we are we? No, hell, we're just at 9 o'clock. We've got another 30 minutes to go here. They're going to push this up till they get the IB up here at that liquidity. That's pretty for sure. I'm making a prediction here. Maybe not. Oh, my favorite, the ledge. I hate those. I hate that right there. Oh, I know what else I have to do here. I've got to hope I restarted all this stuff properly. I don't think I did. Crazy weekend, and the schedule of TAMs keeps changing, so I'm up at 4:30 this morning, and there we go. Pushing that IB higher, taking out those liquidities. I'm relatively certain they're going to get to the 76s here. Looks like everything is working, I hope. Let's see here. No drop frames. Yeah. I think so. Okay, I've got the trading set up here. The hedge stuff is all in place. Let's check. 5 lots. Doom. Yep. Yep. I still haven't got that figured out, and that really irritates me. And we are doing something over here. Let's check. Well, it just keeps pushing up that IB high. The zones, which are pushing to across to Bookmap. And our old buddy Trading View over here doing the thing. It was kind of interesting last night that the big sell-off in Asia, boom, immediately right out of the gate. And the second Asia, I'm sorry, in the opening range, the Globex, and the second Asia didn't even remotely look back until they took it all the way up, back up into the past the IB high. And interestingly, the orb high for both Globex and Asia was almost identical. Not, like it was the other day, but, and this is the frickin', I can't do anything about getting rid of this holiday, and I don't think, in Trading View. So this is the holiday story from Wednesday night and Thursday night and Friday for Trading View. Nothing to do there that I know of, or that I care even. So far, the opening range low is put in first, which means then that we're in this configuration for the rejection. 72% probability we'll take out the opening range high, which doesn't sound too surprising. Let's look at a longer time frame. It stays about the same. That's good news. We'll wait for the ending zone, and then we'll look at the retrace. Now, until we get the ending zone, we can still glance at the retrace, and what that says is there's the IB, initial balance breakout. That means if price breaks out to the upside, breakout is long and breakdown is short in edgeful speak. So they're saying here that without any ending criteria, that if we break out the high, the IB high, there's a 58% probability we will retrace to the 25% zone, and only 28% will retrace to the 50. The way I interpret these things is we break the high. There's a 58.5% probability we'll retrace to right here. So we'll go, yay, boom. But only 28% will get down to the 50. So interpolate in here somewhere, like maybe the VWAP as a place to get long. And I don't think, until we see the ending zone, but I don't think front running is a good policy. However, the markets are going up, up, up. We've got liquidity above us, and we've only got it, but we only have a 71% probability that we're going to break out the high. That's not only that. I'm talking about 58% probability, wasn't it? Let's see. 72% probability that we'll break the high first here without the ending zone. If it's down here around the 50, we're within, say, 4 or 5 minutes of the IB setting. Maybe that's an idea to think about a front run. I want to try to get to a position where I'm taking 3 trades a day in the orb, assuming they set up. The orb, Asia, and the U.S. minimum. I've got to get there. So, ain't got a lot of room above us and a lot of, well, the micros, well, you don't use the micro composite, but there's that POC up above us there too. And we're just banging on the 50 here now, right? But still early. I don't think getting in, and I don't think entering a front run position is a good idea. It just doesn't, I don't see any data there. And Edgeville's got no data about that. Well, the only thing they sort of do, if you interpolate, it says that there's a 72% probability we're going to break out of the high until we get this ending zone, which could make a big difference. And right now, the ending zone is down around the 50, and that can make one hell of a difference. I'll show you what I mean. If we open right here, right now, if this was the IB, the closing price is below the 50% line. So that ending zone is below the 50. It's between the 50 and the 75. Watch what happens when I put that data right over here. Well, wait a minute. Notice that it's a 72% probability we're going to break the high, and 28% we're going to break that we would break the low. Uh-oh. Not good. Big, it just tips the whole thing on its head. And that's what I've come to notice. So I wait for that statistic to be set, because that has a big impact, especially on the, if you were trying to front run this. And why is it doing that? Why is that sell-off happening? They've been going up all night, right? They're just about down to the open. But why is that sell-off going on? News? I don't know. Value area highs down here. What are you looking at? We rejected value area high from 617. It would be 618. Well, maybe 617. I don't know. Value area high from 618 is down here at 68 with the scrub data. Come on, man. Do what you're supposed to do. Is this piece of crap still lagging? Now we're going to set the IB in another 10 minutes. And here's another one that's, if they come down and push the IB low, one tick lower, all of a sudden the relationship of the data changes, goes 180 out of phase. All of a sudden, the IB high was formed first and the IB low was formed second. And then it all, then everything's different. I don't have the VPOC. Let me see. I guess I do have over here. Hold on. Well, this is the value area high from the 18th. And here's the value area high from the 17th, okay? So is that what I guess that's what you're talking about. We rejected up here, I guess. Okay. I'm with you. Okay. We're damn near to the IB low again. If they keep dropping it, they're going to push the IB low out before it sets. Well, this is why Uncle Billy doesn't front run them. Uncle Boomer. Well, there were 3 guys there a minute ago, and then somebody dusted off. So the initial balance, I guess it would be worth explaining for the sake of the stream. The initial balance is the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. Nothing more complicated than that. But with it comes associated a very well-known, understood, watched statistic. And that is right here. It is the highest probability statistic of any of the open types every trading day. Now, it's a pretty vague statistic, but it is nevertheless watched by lots of people. Today, lower in range. Look, is this true? Hold on a minute here. I got them wrong. We opened lower in range today. I got that wrong. I have to change my data and put my different specs and my stats in there. Well, I had higher in range when at the open. They must have dropped it down when I wasn't looking. Bummer. Well, I'll change that now. Anyway, the IB high or low is the highest statistic of all the days. Today, it's 97.9% probability. And what the statistic says is, at some point in the RTH trading session between 9:30 Central Standard Time and 1600 Central Standard Time, price will revisit the IB high or low. Can be either one. So you can wait all day and it can be one or the other. Now, both of them is 32.4% just about all the time. In the 30s. But that's the statistic that everybody watches for. And now I've got to change all this around. That's pretty weird. Okay, I'm going to first change the stat and make it lower in range. That's weird. What the hell? How did that work? And now I've got to change everybody here. Overnight mid is 81.6. I don't even see the damn thing. It's going to be way below us, I guess. Once the IB is over with and the day is calmed down, I'll update these statistics for the record. Well, the overnight high, that's a set figure, so we can put that in there. Where'd that go? Overnight low. Where did the overnight high go? Oh, no. Oh, overnight high, there we go, 51.7% of the time. And this is not cheating, of course. This is for the record, and it's, the overnight high is the overnight high. It ain't going to change. So there you go. And I'm guessing the overnight high is right up there. Overnight low is 65. Oh, I got the wrong one, right? 65, yeah, overnight high is up here. And the overnight low is 65.5. Oh, my. And the POC is 80.7 and the mid is 81.8. Let's see if we can find them. 80.7. Well, that was close. Is that right? Yeah, and the overnight mid is 81.5. Where did that go? Right there. Okay. And I'm doing these for the sake of the recording, by the way. I won't do any more now. Cool. Well, I didn't, and the previous close is 73.5, and I still don't see the frickin' thing. So how did we close lower in range? I don't know. I was thinking that the levels were goofed up because of the, look at that. They just came down and touched that mother. And we still have not, it's still not 930. So they're just getting ready to put in a new low, and which will tip the entire statistic on its head. Oh, Fred, on your head. Look at this. Wow. Interesting, huh? I don't know what to think about that, frankly. If they didn't take this out and we set the IB, it'd be pretty hard for me to imagine we're going to get up here and take the IB high before we take the IB low. It's happened before, but wouldn't that be kind of an anomaly that you wouldn't want to bet on necessarily? They better hurry, though. They're probably going to right now. Right there. Okay, so they've taken the IB low. They've now changed the dynamic of this entire strategy. So here we go. Over here, the IB high was now formed first. There's a 70% probability we're going to take out the IB low. Duh, okay. And we still don't have the ending zone. But pretty flippin' close. And this is the Globex VWAP right there. Or overnight. Look at them go. So they're going to go clear back down to Electric Avenue. They're going to get clear down to that Globex low, aren't they? Let's see. Oh shit, we got to go a long ways back here. This is the overnight. No, we still aren't close to the overnight low yet. Wait a minute here. What's the statistic for the overnight low? I'm getting all confused. Easily done, by the way. Overnight low, 65.5. Well, where I was going with this was, here is our Globex low. And they only penetrated by just this little screedle here when they opened, and then up they went on when Asia opened. And they're hammering it. They are down to this consolidation area just below here of the Globex. They've taken out now. Have we set them? No. 51 minutes, 51 seconds. We got about 5 seconds to go, and the IB low is going to be set. It looks like to me it's going to be right down here at the Globex again. And, I'd say the chances of taking out the IB low are pretty high at this point. Well, that sucks. Completely. Whoa, baby, look at there. Right on the stat. That's pretty tricky. Well, this is why Uncle Boomer doesn't trade in anticipation of a statistic. Wow. Look at that go. So I am assuming that Iran said piss up a rope, or, who's something happened. So our statistic is come and gone. Let me see let's get to Trading View and figure out what's going on with the closing zone. So the way this closing zone thing works is this is the closing candle of, and you see that it's a negative bias. This is the closing candle of the initial balance period. The closing price, I'm sorry. And it is within, now that we flip this on its head, you go opposite, you assign the percentages opposite the high. So the high is now put in first, the low is put in second. So we go 0, 25, 25, 50, 50, 75, and so on. So it's the 0 to 25 zone in our data. So instead of that big thing over here that was all scarified and everybody, including me, we go like this. Boom. So now there's an 89% probability that we'll take out the IB low, and we already did. So this is after the point, but the next order of business would be the retracement. When this says, when the initial balance break down, so that's what we had over here, we got a 71% probability we will retrace to the 25% zone. 45 or say 50%, we're going to come back to the 50. That's saying that we have a 71 or 72% probability we're going to retrace back to here. 45% will retrace to the 50. Okay. This is untradeable as far as I'm concerned. I mean, there's no triggers. And am I correct? If high was formed first, the low was broken, yes. We're below. There's the range is 38, 39 handle IB. That's substantial. All right. Now, let's confirm that nobody's on a third over here. So here's the IB set. There we go. There's no trigger or breakout or anything else going on. Well, this will be a breakout right here after it forms. Opens inside the zone, closes outside the zone. This is where that close in the edge pull, where I was talking about wick or the close. This is where that would be applicable. And then the trigger would be these pullbacks. So yeah, good luck. Now the other old standby IR, you see that the zones have started pushing now because it's 9:30. We haven't gotten an A candle because this probably wasn't awake on time, but oh no. The open is above the IB, the close is below the IB, but the problem is the preceding candle closed higher than it opened. My logic in coding this was that I wanted price to be moving in that direction. So this should have been a sell, a red candle or a close lower than the open, and it is not. That's why there's no A signal over here. And this whole strategy is real simple. A, only 3 rules. A, then B would be either a low within the continuation zone or a high within the pullback zone, then back to the trigger, which is one point either side of the IB, and that's the trigger. Not going to happen. Jesus. Well, so the trigger would be we pull back up to here, into here somewhere. I would say the mid, and then that would be a short. But boy, oh boy, did they sell them off. Now, the old-fashioned IB continuation trade from Tom or wherever would be to pull back up in here and then, start to, not be able to get any higher and enter the short. That would be the continuation trade. The opposite is the failure trade, which is a mean reversion. Music's probably a little sleepy. Maybe I ought to get some crashing and banging going on here. Let me see if everything else is working okay. I guess so. Well, of course, anybody that just knew this was that this was a trigger short is real happy. How you would pre-identify that? Just under this liquidity too. That is quite the thing. I mean, century figures are always a big deal, but typically they're a magnet. That's pretty amazing. I better go outside and see if somebody needs my attention here. I don't think so, but you can always hope. So this week's schedule is a 4:30 wake up this morning. Then tomorrow everything's good, no runs anywhere. Then Wednesday and Thursday, it's the 9:30 departure, about 40-minute trip. And then Friday, it's 4 o'clock again. Well, for me, it's a 4 o'clock get up. Those are a pain in the ass, but on the other hand, it gives me the whole day until about 1:30 when I go pick up. Well, no such luck. VPOC migration. There we go. That's got to be one of the ones to figure out. I'm not sure how to code it though still. See, this is the muted yellow, which is the full session. This one. This is the brighter yellow, which is still the RTH, and that's right there. Assuming the levels are all okay. I'm going to take that overnight VPOC that you see this, how these statistics pan out. This is the mid, overnight mid, and this is the POC. And this is the value area low from Thursday. Perhaps easier understood here. This is Thursday. I can prove it. Right there, the 18th. You see that? And, well, here. Get this out of the way. There you go. There's the 18th. So here's the RTH session for the 18th. Value area high, value area low, range high, range low, and initial balance high and low, by the way. Ooh, thank you, Mom. Ooh, Fat Billy says yes. You got the pillow fluffed up? Because I'm going to be asleep the minute this goes down. And here we are, right down here to the value area low, just like a shot. Why? Who knows? I mean, oops, we don't need to be moving you around, buddy. There we go. Get widened out here so we don't get bunched up. Didn't it? Let's check. Just see if you're kidding me or not. Nope, there it is. Well, the ES hasn't migrated on my micro either, and nor has the MES migrated. This is the RTH POC. This one down here is the whoops, wrong one. This one down here is the full session. That's what I was just saying. This one is the. I should probably change those colors. And I don't have the full session in that visible over here. Actually, I do. Why aren't they plotting? I don't know. VWAP, VPOC should be over here somewhere. Yeah, so this is just, you know, they're falling out of bed like it's their job. But look at where we are. Right back to the POC at the open. Or the, what do you want to call it? You know, price check at aisle something. Price check at the big aisle. Look at that. And we've taken out our stats now. Boom-bitty, boom-bitty. Kind of amazing how that crap happens. There's the previous low. ETH low. Globex low. So this is where we dropped last night before the, right on the Globex open, and then just as Asia opened, they dropped it down about 4 more points or a handful of points as we just saw a minute ago. And then up they went, all the way up to here. Crazy. All the way up to right there, ETHI. Up to 79. 13, imagine that. 75.13 to 75.79. 66 handles in the Globex, in the ETH session from Tokyo. From Asia, not including the little 2-hour Globex on the open. Pretty crazy. got to figure out a way to get on the right side of those. I'm determined. I was so pissed at myself last night for missing that opportunity because I had put the candles that I was watching. I was trying to be lazy, actually. I don't have these zones pushing. I haven't coded them so that they push across automatically from IRT to Bookmap in those sessions, Globex and Asia. Okay, so I typically draw lines horizontal and all this crap all over the chart over here at night. So I was trying to be lazy, and I was going, well, I don't have to do that. I can just watch TradingView, right? And I can watch these. There's Globex, and I can watch that, and then I can watch what happens with Asia. No problem. And I can see, okay, we've pulled back. That's the trigger. We're going to go, and all that stuff. But as I said, I had this on the 15. Now watch right here. There's the low taken out. And there's the pullback to the 25. Exactly per the stats. And then down we go. Unless you're like Uncle Dorkowitz over here. And you do this. Which is, where am I? Right here. No, there's the low. No pullback, no trigger. On a 15-minute chart. Yes, I was pretty pissed. Because I'm not doing this for my health. I'm not excited about standing here talking and streaming and all these things, because I want to watch the market when family's having dinner and we're getting ready to go do things. But I do want to trade and make some, profitability on these periods. And then Asia, I think Asia's going to be a hard one for me to figure out because, okay, here's the breakout. Now what are you going to do? Are you going to wait until 10 o'clock to enter? Or in this zone to get long? Where are you going to put the stop? And then you're not going to get any satisfaction until, well, I'm going to be sound asleep at, getting ready to get up over here. So I don't know how that's going to work. There is another philosophy completely around this, which is when you get the pull back, you just put the stop on the other side. But that's one hell of a risk. Right? What are we looking at? 49, let's call it 50. Well, there is 50. Okay, 50 to 14. So there's a 46 handle range, meaning every one of these is 10 points. Well, points, not ticks. So depending on where say I do stay up till 10 or 10:30 and get long and wait looking for this pullback, or put even a resting order at the 50. A limit, right? And just instead of doing a hedge, just do targets and stops. Put a limit there. And then a stop down here. That's still 20 points. It's only 1-to-1. Now the pullback to the 25, but you couldn't. This would be a upside down risk reward ratio. It doesn't make sense. No. None of that sounds right. But look at this thing go here. What are we doing here? Anything marvelous? Any levels that make sense from anywhere? Well, let's get past that silly holiday shit. Asia low. I don't know that, so what does that mean something? Asia low from Thursday? Asia IB low or orb low from Thursday. I don't know what that means. Probably nothing. They're still selling them down though, that's for sure. And this IB, or this is still the Globex or the full session POC, not the RTH, which is up here. That's still way up above us. We might even have some singles floating along through here somewhere. Let's look. Yeah, we got a string of singles right there at the 30s. 70s, I'm sorry. A couple of singles right there. I don't know what to say. Wouldn't it, in hindsight, in the rearview mirror, boy, oh boy, was this ever the short, huh? I wish the hell I didn't have some vetted strategy that showed this as a trigger. Wouldn't it be great? But this is the wonders of rearview mirror trading. I am certainly not saying that I have that. I'm bitching that I do not. Now I'm having breakfast. Previous low right here. Right here. They took it right up to within spitting distance of the MCVPOC, which I don't think you watch at all, Anton, but I kind of keep an eye on it, obviously. And there's Thursday, and there's our low. Bingity bangity bong. And I don't know whether there's hammering it lower still. Okay. Yeah, I hope you got on somewhere along here. I don't, I suppose somebody in statics, surely somebody in the TLab has recognized this little pullback here and not to be able to get any higher as an IB continuation trade and is on it short, I suppose. That's not anything I have vetted that have done that. I don't think. What I'm looking at is here. And that's valid, I would say. Through the IB, pull up here, can't get anywhere, pull up here, can't get anywhere, that would be a valid short. I mean, that would be a valid entry for an IB continuation in the old way I would do it discretionarily, and then you're happy as a pig in the mud down here now. Because they're really hammering it. We got the ETH low down below us. Let's see what's going on with this old beauty over here. Is it taking a trade somewhere or another? No. Oh, you know what? Boy, that was just right on the nuts, 9:30. By seconds was this an IB breakout. And that's why there's no signal over here or going to be anytime soon. Same way here. No fence trade, no anything else. The fence trade is kind of interesting. By the way. And it's real simple. The breakout is we open inside the range, we close outside the range. The trigger is we wick back into the range and we open outside. Let me rephrase that. We wick back into the range and then we close back outside again. That's the trigger. For short or long, either way. Pretty simple, basic, which worked for me, as you know. And I have that coded up. That's this fence trade right here. So I can code that up, and I can also do the statistics. I have also done the statistics. And they're spotty, but I'm really trying to lean on Edgeful here, and assuming that I can get it happening, I can just upgrade to the next level where I do all the back testing in Edgeful, which is a lot more detailed, I think. Now this is a really, really good environment for Monkey Boy and FOMO. So a trader needs to be really on guard. Monkey Boy is that euphemism for all of our psychological baggage that we've drug with us through evolution. FOMO, which is the primary one now. A lot of traders are getting... And actually, if you got FOMO here and you got on a short, you're doing okay. But it's, I think, probably more deleterious to good trading when you make a mistake or you do something wrong, like you move your stop away from entry, and it works. I think those kinds of things are much worse for us as traders because they reinforce bad habits. Monkey Boy is that, psychological baggage we have of fear of missing out, risk aversion, want to be right, revenge trading, all those kind of things. And you're never going to get rid of any of those traits or those feelings. Because a lot of them are chemical, dopamine or adrenaline or whatever else, or whatever other chemicals you're doing. And so you need, in my opinion, for me, I need to be constantly aware, vigilant. Am I feeling that stuff or not? And that's why I, again, the way I get my thinking into this stream recording is this voiceover. So, vigilant. I'm watching out for FOMO because all of this right here is FOMO, right? Well, you missed this one. You missed this one, so you're pissed. So here comes the POC. So you're thinking, I'm going to get on it here now. And then you get some. Then, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's why I think it's better to stand down. Monkey Boy, when he starts whispering in my ear all about how good these trades look to him, I start asking him to go out in the backyard and play with the raccoons. He likes that. He likes that. Got some liquidity at the 52s up there. Here we come, huh? The developing value area low. Is this a bar trade? Is this a breakout and a retest? Now, that's one that's pretty widely reviewed and and traded by Rod and some of those fellas. This consolidation right here, and there's a breakout, and here's a retest. My problem is, which way do you go? I think my inclination is to short and go south. That's what the context has been so far. But, you know, it's like everything else. It is what it is until it isn't. Okay. I have a real funny story. Well, it's not funny. It really pissed me off. I personally think AI is useless completely. Every time I've tried to use it for anything, it has been just a big ring around the rosy. Ended up with nothing. Now, I know people that have a different opinion, but I have an example of that this weekend, which I actually took a screenshot of the whole thing. I was trying to determine if there was a way to set our hedge up, not the ES portion of it or the mini portion, but so that when I entered a trade over here in the micros, it automatically put the second scale in. Not stops, not targets, not anything like that. It just seemed to me like there's got to be a way to do this. Well, of course, you know, and it starts giving me all this, and you've got to use, you know, Dome Pro and all these kind of things, and I'm back and forth, and no, that didn't work, and then I tell it what version of the Bookmap I'm using, and oh, thanks for clarifying that, and on and on and on. After about 2 hours, going from Execution Pro to Dome Pro, and then all the way back around to multi brackets, and this thing back and forth and up and down. I said, none of what you've suggested to me works. Are you just making this up as you go along, or what? And it comes back and says, well, yeah, really, there's no real fact or code for that. So I'm trying to use common sense or something like that. I thought, well, you useless waste of time. Why don't you say, no, you can't do that? I don't know. It's not, you know, it's not in the data. I was so, yeah. So anyway, there isn't a way to do it in Bookmap. And it even at one point said you absolutely cannot hedge trade in Bookmap because the MES and the ES are both based on the same underlying, and you cannot possibly trade both of them, which we know is absolute crap. So, yeah, it was really one waste of basically hour and a half, 2 hours. But confirms what other experience I've had with it. And I'll bet you there's a lot of people that succumb to thinking that they're getting the steered right, and it's just complete technical hallucinations. It was pretty weird. I did find out a lot of stuff about Execution Pro because it had me clicking and banging and jumping up and down. That Execution and Dome Pro, that was the one, Dome Pro. It has a whole lot of stuff going on there you may be interested in. I don't know. No, never mind. You don't use Bookmap. Never mind. And I found out something else about Bookmap that's important for the stream, and that is the That is the danger that I've pointed out many times about this active data column. Once the trade control panel is activated in green and ready to roll, any click, any place in this column, and you've got an order or a trade on, whether you meant to or not, including, notice how the mouse is a dollar sign. And when I come back over the price, it stays a dollar sign, even though it's over the price ladder. Well, if I were to left click, trying to move the price ladder, that would enter an automatic, immediate market long clear down here. So I thought what I had discovered was a great safety for that, which is to click market order. So it would force the program to ask for a confirmation to enter a market order. That would eliminate the problem, because I don't use market orders anywhere else. That's how the mistake can happen. Well, it doesn't work. If you click that, and I've tried a couple of tests last week in the live market, doesn't work. But I found out when it does work. If you try to hotkey, if you try to enter a long or a market order over here, doesn't ask for confirmation. When I tried to use my keyboard, because it was one of the things IE told me was, well, you can't do it with the mouse, but you can do it if you use the set up hotkeys. So I tried that. And I tried to hotkey in a market order, and it popped up a confirmation. Absolutely doesn't work with the mouse. So, useless. I'm going to tell Bookmap that I think they ought to fix that. Yeah, so I made good use of the rainy weekend here, and abused by AI and Bookmap. Yeah, I do. Problem is, I'm probably going to die before they get it figured out. Excuse me. I'm not sure if I said that on mute or not, but it helps what you're doing and who you're doing that. Jason in Static developed an add-in for Bookmap using Claude. Took him a long time. And what it does is it puts adding and stacking over here. And I noticed that somebody else also developed it. It's in the marketplace. And Execution or the Dome Pro has the same thing, but he worked his butt off. And he's happy with it. So good for him. There we got the VPOC chip for RTH. Now let's see if that's the same thing on the Mini. Yep. No. Not yet. Not yet. That's where I got to be real careful. That column crap. Yeah, there's a lot of improvement on a lot of fronts, that's for sure. None of them seem to be spilling over into my trading, unfortunately, but got some liquidity sitting up at the 62 level there. Just below the mid. Beckoning. No, that's great. That's great. Why don't you have your agent come over to my house and trade for me, and I'll stay in bed? Says mama. Get that ATM in the basement Tom's always talking about. Well, previous RTH low. Seems to be giving them pause. Boy, the POCs are stacked up now. Yep. Twice, actually. No, well, I don't know. Let me, hold on. Talking on my ass. Yeah. Well, yeah, twice. Boop, boop. No. Not on my side. I still have the VPOC. I still have the ES up here. Now, hold on. What am I doing? Yep. Yep. There we go. Oh, it's doing that. Okay. Man, having more trouble with stuff being updated here. Yep. So now what? Now they're going to do a price check at L3 and run it all the way back up to 92s. You realize that's 50 handles. That's pretty substantial. And I'm sure half the people in the TLab are all short of what Tom says he is. I bumped over there to see if Ned was still upset about the levels. Now, I'm not sure how anybody had a vetted setup or a statistical, statistically identified edge for a short like that, but okay. Well, 35 and 46. Well, yeah, there's a lot of volatility going in and into that consolidation zone. There's going to be the big break. There's going to be the big bar trade here. And that's what to even make of this shit. Man. Is there something going on now that I don't know about? Which would be real normal. Well, our friend Walter Bloomberg here, one of his posts from a couple hours ago, Lowy Institute poll, Australians' trust in the U.S. has hit a record low. Most Australians say China relationship more important than U.S. Australians' trust in U.S. to act responsibly in world drops to 31%. And Goldman cuts 12-month recession risk from 25 to 15%. Of course, they can just up it again whenever they feel like it, of course. But I guess we're streaming along here. I don't know. It seems like it. Yeah, the world is washing their hands of America, apparently. See where the EU's dumping Microsoft products and OS 365 and all that stuff, because Microsoft is suddenly shutting off their data and giving it to the government to, anytime they get subpoenaed, they can, pretty crazy stuff. I think it's almost breathtaking how fast it's fallen. The country has fallen on its head. Hasn't even been, has it been 2 years? I guess. Pretty crazy. Well, we know where we are with the data. There's not much more to look at about that. We haven't gotten even close to any of these pullbacks. And now comes a period of time when I start thinking, well, okay, how long are you going to go before those pullback retrace ideas are no longer valid? It's kind of like the VPOC migration, We all know that you should never diddle in the middle, which is trade around the POC. So at what point does a VPOC migration, which a lot of people trade, turn into a diddle in the middle, which is something I'm asking genuinely or seriously? I don't know. That's one of the problems I have trying to trade it. And trading views not going to be of any help. I got it on the right amount, so that's, here we are coming back up to the IB low. Would be kind of spooky to think we were gonna, I would be real hard pressed to take the retest and short again after this big round bottom back up here. That's a hard one for me to deal with. What the hell is that? I don't want to do that. I want to do that. I don't know why there's no numbers. Oh, I do know why there's no numbers up there. Oh. Okay. Wait a minute. Took a minute to draw that. This profile is the weekly profile, and it's full session. Oh, no, it may not be, actually. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this is the weekly, and here's the daily and the session profiles. And too many freaking profiles right there. There we are. What is this line? This thing shows up and I don't know what it's there for. There we go. Yeah, it's yeah. What can you say? I don't know. It's pretty phenomenal to me. It's what I tell you something else that I find pretty amazing is like, sure, the poll numbers are in the toilet, but there's still like 25 or 30% of the people think is doing a good job. That's just, I don't know whether that's, that's the group of the population that can't read, or I don't know, what the deal is, but I don't think, well, yeah, I guess there's a lot of people that think it's a good deal. Seems to me what I feel is that the people who think it's a good deal, a good job, are people that are profiting some kandanga way, some nefarious backhander, like the idiot that did the reflecting pool with a non-compete, non-bid contract, some guy that, you know what I mean, and look at that mess. That kind of thing. And maybe I'm completely wrong. I don't know. But and the people in the cabinet are all just there, fighting for their their lives going forward. So they wouldn't say, shit if they had a mouthful, I guess. I don't know. Seems pretty weird to me. It's kind of seems to me like 30-some% of the country thinks black is white, or white. If somebody said no, that's really not white, that's really black, or that color's actually blue, and then they go, oh, okay, that's blue, thank you. I guess, I don't know. Weird. I find it depressing. I'll tell you one thing that nobody can argue with is the phenomenal expenditure over and above anything that came before them. How many billions of dollars on the war, and $300 billion in reparations, and $1 million here, and $200 million there, and it's just, this is the outfit that's going to save all this money and fire all the, Doge is going to save all this money. So they can do what? Build a ballroom? That's the weirdest thing. Oh, wow, this is just annoying. Yeah. Oh, God. Every time I think back on picking a fight with Canada and Mexico, I was like, what in the hell is going on? And then, yeah, the rest of the world. Now he's having some big diplomatic drama with Italy, and Jesus Christ. I guess the only government he gets along with is Putin in North Korea. I guess. What's that say? This is boring, man, but this is where it is. This is, unfortunately, what my trading turns out to be a lot of the time. And I wish the hell I had some. I would love to ask on the TLab, okay, what's the vetted trade there where you got on this thing short? Now, I don't know. I've done that enough times that nobody, and I know nobody has done the homework and really done the work. So I would be amazed. It's pretty obvious in hindsight to see, well, we tested once, twice, three times a lady, and then here we go. But here's the way to look at that. Okay, so there you go. What are you going to do there? What am I going to do there? That looks like it's going up, doesn't it? And all night long we've been going up. And, well, oops. Some more up, and there's this liquidity above up here. Now, obviously, this is not going up anymore. Would this be the, I don't know of any signal or setup that goes off the mid short, obviously in hindsight, it's clear as a freaking bell, but on the hard right edge there in the moment, I don't see that. And I'm sure listening to the stream, I was talking about, first of all, it was not the initial balance, so I didn't have a trade. Second of all, that we were going to take this liquidity, which we never did. But now we're going to bob along down here until who knows what happens. I don't even think there's no news impetus today. I don't know what's going to happen. Let's look at tomorrow. ADP employment change, S&P PMI. Home sales, crude, building permits. Oh, here we go. PCE, GDP. Oh, okay. So we're going to get some numbers out, some big ones out on Thursday. And Friday we've got Michigan. So Thursday and Friday are the news events, apparently. I mean, obviously that can go up in smoke with a mere tweet. But and nothing being pulled into the schedule today on the surprising that Trump went up to Camp David. apparently hates it, has never said anything, has never had anything good to say about it. Who knows why that would happen? I have no idea. That's it's not a surprise that I don't have any idea what's happening with that whole story. Here's my hedge thing. Still trying to figure out I'm sure there's never going to be any kind of a, hard, fast way to predict when to take off the thing. But what I want to do is be able to illustrate, just as I have the scratch, for example, the hard stop, so that it doesn't go, tits up times 2 in the risk department. This stupid thing, I have it shut off always and it always restarts. So I guess that retest up to the bottom of the IB and then IB continuation down again was a great idea. It's over 10 handles now, so that's nothing wrong with that, but it hasn't got anything to do with something I'm doing or that I have vetted. Of course, looking at it, many instances of that trade taken discretionarily. But as far as data goes, not a pinata. Kind of getting tired of that. See if they reset their margins yet. They reset the margins at 7:30 this morning. Well, that reminds me, I gotta charge my mouse. I bought a mouse with a tail on it thinking I'd have less lag, and it worked about 2 months and broke. It just has got something wrong with it. So I'm back to using my MXG, whatever they are, Logitechs. They seem to be all right. Some old boys sitting over here going, I told you so, I told you so. Short. I hate that. And it's right, I mean, if I weren't sticking to my guns about only trading vetted setups, this was a very clearly IB continuation. Continuation trade. Pull up here, couldn't get anywhere. Big long, didn't get paid. Short, didn't get paid. Back down again, and woof. I mean, it's pretty clear, but I can't say the same for up here. But especially since it was before the initial balance. But so that's not really in my wheelhouse anyplace, but very definitely this one is. And of course, I suppose a lot of people just see this sell-off and just get on it, like get on it with this pullback and then just keep riding it, whether it's a vetted setup or not. Just do it. Just do it. Wasn't that an old Nike thing? What do we got going on here? There's low volume node rejection. Wait a minute there. Got to get back to where. Yeah, except when I was looking at that, when I went to see if Ned was still having a meltdown over there, Tom was talking about being short way up the ladder there, way before the IB was ever even set. But maybe that's got something to do with a low volume node. I don't, and I'm not really clear on. That's going to sound pretty stupid, but I'm not really clear on where in the hell he's looking at low volume nodes from. The RTH volume profile, the micro composite volume profile, because if you look here, whoops, here, I think here, here's a low volume node down here from the micro composite profile, not from the glowbacks, but from the micro composite. Absolutely, that's not a low volume node in any of this. Here's a low volume node down here in today's volume profile. And here's kind of where they all line up. But yeah, I've asked that question and I don't think I've ever really gotten an answer understood, even with Rod and those guys, where I can, continue to probe for an answer. Now, if you call this a low volume node here, and well, there's one up here at the top, of course, but price never got there. So maybe that's the one that got rejected. So he's short on that one. But then again, it's based on the micro composite. And I know for a fact, frequently Tom's micro composite looks different than mine because he changes stuff a lot. If he thinks something ought to be included or not, I stick to the overlapping price, absolutely. But I've noticed oftentimes he'll change stuff around to include a day where we gapped up but then came back, and like for example, would not surprise me at all if he had included this price action in this market low volume, in this micro composite, because it gapped up, yeah, but now we're back in all of the, in this stuff here. I mean, that's a pretty vague, yeah, I don't know. This one here, this pulling up to this, like here on the IB low, when I said it isn't a vetted trade, but it would certainly have been an old-fashioned one. That looks to me like a low and a low volume area, but it's not from the micro composite. So I don't know. Do you know where Tom and those guys pull their low volume and high volume nodes from? Is it the current market profile or volume profile, or is it the micro composite? If it's the current volume profile, it's a little bit easier to pick out. That's definitely a low volume node. Obviously, a little skinny bit of volume in there. I don't know. I need to know, though. I need to get this going or go do something else. I don't know. I got no idea about any of that. I know that I'm well, whatever, a lot of things, but I keep it consistent. Like I say in the pre-market, this may be not the right way to do the market profile or the micro composite, but this is going to be the consistent methodology. Wherever price overlaps, that's going to be the current market micro composite. Where price gaps and doesn't overlap, that's a new one. This one quits and this one starts until something different happens. Never would I pull this back and include it here and do that kind of thing. And maybe that's not helping me, maybe that's not right, but at least it's consistent. And for me, that's a big plus. Consistency is a big plus. Hmm. I've tried to figure out what Rod and those guys do. I think Rod looks at the current volume profile for high and low volume nodes, I believe. I could ping over there and ask them. Excuse me. Squeeze me. Well, you better hurry up. It's getting to be midday break time here pretty quick for me. I'm going to go a little bit early so I can get back before I have to run out and get Tam. I've pinged over there in the well, yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, obviously he's making money hand over fist and I'm not, so hard to argue with success, but I don't understand. Yeah, I just pinged the guys over in StatTech. Just what volume, high, low, where do they look for their high and low volume nodes? And we'll see what the consensus of answers back are. I think it's the current volume profile because many of them now are using Sierra charts and not IRT. And so, you know, the composite thing, I'm not sure if any of them have even cooked that up yet. I don't know that, but that's just a thought. I think a lot of people, a lot of traders that believe that they have that they're taking vetted setups or not, but are really using discretion, you know, at the spur of the moment. I think. And if it works, great. You know, if you're throwing cat crap at the wall, works, you know, super. Here is a perfect example. This is not an IB. This is not anything. But it looks like rejection off of this liquidity. I would have still been pretty hard pressed to take a short around here anywhere. It obviously worked out like in spades, but this is a IB continuation, pretty much old time version, you know. Pull back up here, big buyers come in, we can't get anywhere, we test it once, we test it twice, and there's, you know. This is completely just analyzing this in the rearview mirror, obviously, but it is not a structured trade that I'm looking. I'm still back here where if this would have happened at the 25, I'd have been shorter than I am now. I'm not very tall, but it would have been a short because that was the plan based on the data. All right, take care, Anton. Yeah, really? Well, then, so I don't see any low volume nodes to get short on here, and I don't know what you do with that. So if you get through it, you're going to go short. If you don't get through it and it reacts off of it, then you're going to go back up. You know what I mean? But thanks a lot and have a good one, whatever it is you're going to go do. More fun than this, that's for sure. And I find myself hardly ever looking at these low and high volume nodes because I've not been able to see any correlation that they do anything. I mean, look at them. What happened there? Nothing. How about here? Well, we had this little hiccup here. You know, in hindsight, you can see those all over the place. I don't think it's data driven, and so I don't think it's the thing I should be looking at. $75.70. $75.70. Wow. It's here. Well, yeah, and it's also settlement. Are you looking at, wait a minute, what are you looking at? It's also just about settlement and above the value area high. That's right. Yeah, and it's a low volume node in the volume profile. It's the beginning of that skinny bunch of singles, I think. Isn't it? 7570 is a single. It's the start of the singles. But and settlement and value area low and or high and developing value area high and all of that. But we're a long way past that now. I guess that's where I should have been looking over here, but I'm still fixating on the initial balance trade, and there's no, it was not there yet. It was still 3 minutes. So, I'm about ready to dust off the bottom of the hour myself. I'll jump through the shower and do all that stuff. Be able to get back here in time to a little bit before I leave at 1:30 for TAM. Or just fall asleep and not do anything. Yeah. Huh. Do you hear the music? I just put on my headset to hear what was playing, and I hear absolutely nothing, but I see OBS just bouncing up and down over there. And it's supposed to be doing something. I don't know. Let me look. Okay, you know. Always something. Yeah. Should be a lot. Okay, thanks. I can't hear jack. I can't ever hear it anyway unless I put my headset on, but I just did that to see what was going on, and I got nothing. Maybe my old headset took a dump. That's pretty weird.
Did I mute the stream on my end somehow? No. Oh, I got it now. The damn thing was muted, or something had happened on my upper machine there. The stream had come to a stop. Wait a minute, what's going on here? All right, thanks, man. I'm gonna start going through the motions here too. Thanks a lot. Have a good one. I can hear it all now. The stream on my upper machine had been paused somehow, so that's why I wasn't hearing anything. Loud and clear. Okay, just all breaking my way. Okay, I'm gonna step away here now for a bit. Do some maintenance. So we just continue to pound off on the this previous low in the POC. Huh? Yeah, well, I'll stand by for a bit. Well, so it's a chop fest, huh? I guess they've decided this is where they're going to go. Well, it was a beautiful sell-off. No structured trades for me, and then this. I don't know what to tell you. There's no news. There's no big reports. Thursday, we've got some stuff, but Jesus Christ, let's hope it's not waiting until Thursday.
Let's hope. I'm going to dust off the bottom of the hour, pick up Tam, and then should be back just shortly after the top of the hour.
Well, obviously there's no trade opportunities here for me. So, yeah, just killing time till I go out to get Tam at the bottom of the hour. I will be following up with continuing with the opening range breakout for Globex in Asia. Last night through a fault of my own, having the wrong chart up, I missed the opening range breakout, which would have been great on the Globex. And there was no setups here for me. There were no triggers here for me today. A lot of other people, I'm sure, made good money, but I'm trying to hold the line on only trading vetted setups. So, what do you want? What? I had a corner. I looked at it. Okay, so that's been a real And, you know, I don't know what they're waiting on or if they're waiting on anything. Let's look at this on the all handy on the all handy trading view platform. So here we are. IB, breakout, flat as a board. Where are we flat as a board at? Well, right exactly at, or almost, to the tick, the opening range low. I can't imagine that has anything to do with anything. The IB high and the IB low from Asia, maybe the IB high. Interestingly, the IB high, orb and Asia are the same. Kind of bracketing this. I have no idea what to say here, actually. Well, London. Oh, that's Friday, never mind. This is Thursday. This is the big dump. So, does that mean something? I have no idea. It's, I think, so easy to start, you know, falling into the monkey boy trap of seeing patterns where they don't exist and confirmational bias. And that's why I try to stick as tightly as I can to only taking pre-identified, pre-vetted setups. If the trigger presents, boom. If not, here I stand. Here I stand. So I'm going to get ready to Well, that means it's time to go. It's time to go get them. Okay. Well, all I can say is find something constructive to do with your time. I don't think trying to trade this is really, well, it is. I suppose it's tradable if you're good at mean reversion stuff. Because what have you got there? You got about 35 to 50. So you got, 15 handles across here. I guess that's reasonable. Not for me, but good for you. I'm gonna go get the gal and be back. Well, what are they doing? Yeah, me too. Up and down and back and forth and in. Man, I'll tell you. Oh well. Yeah, so what do we got going on here now? What a day, huh? Wow. None of these things have anything to do with a structured trade for me, unfortunately. So let's see now. Well, quite interesting moves. Just a dramatic move and then flat. Well, not flat. These are 15 points. I mean, you could have been, if you're good at that, you could have been doing them. I'm guessing. Yeah, I'm in and out myself here. Well, let's see. There's what we have today. There's no real news tomorrow. Here are the, look at this, look at today's profile though. When you look at it over here and compared to the, there's a string of, there's that string of singles down there at 50, at 70. A big string of singles at 70 actually. On the ES. Remember, the market profile chart is always on the ES, not on the micro. And here we are for the day. Just a little, right, you know, a little bit of a wick down and a wick test, and now we're back right up at the low. Yeah, that makes sense. Huh. And I'm sure, I know without thinking about it, there's been no signal, no anybody right here. And the same for the old standby. There's nothing. All right, well, that's the problem when you only trade things that happen that are actually set up. Let's see what TradingView's got to say. It's so much fun. Remember that on my TradingView, this mess right here is a holiday. So any correlation I'd be looking for would be from here to there. Closest thing I could figure out was that we had this IB low is kind of right where we're basing today, but that's, what does that mean? I don't think it means anything. I think that's just looking for patterns. Okay. Well, okay, let's do this then. It's gonna be that way. Tomorrow, no reports tomorrow. ADP employment change, PMI, those aren't, they are reports, and at 8:45, they're not as earth shaking as PPI, but
The big day is going to be Thursday. Nothing on Wednesday except Cushing and some home sale stuff. But Thursday is going to be a big one. GDP, durable goods, jobless claims. A lot of numbers. Not so many 3-star, but a lot of numbers on Thursday. This is Investor RT, which is my so you went long off the bottom. We're down here around the 32 somewhere or something like that. Cool. Yeah, that'd be nice. 12 points. This is Investor RT, which focuses on traditional economic events and numbers. You can filter for wherever you are, and it's free, so it's accessible to everyone that comes by the stream. The other news source I use is Financial Juice, and it differs from investor.com in that they do pull random events into this daily calendar, like Trump is going to give a speech or some news conference or something which might have an impact on the market or the auction. And then on the Squawk Box side over here on the right, it's kind of a running total of what's going, running tally of as we go, running conversation. And this is where the market on close and balance will be at 1450. I will probably be doing, yes, I will be doing the Globex stream tonight at 1700 until about 2030. And then this stream starts every day as usual at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time in the morning. Okay, 33, I was close. And here we are now. Well, if it doesn't start raining, I will have the express pleasure of mowing the back lawn today. 33C right now. This is about 91. Kind of warm. The problem here is if I let it get ahead of me 2 weeks, it's just a disaster because the grass grows so fast when it gets all this rain and then the heat, and it's just, it gets ahead of you so fast. But hey, shit happens, huh? Life's what happens while we're making other plans, isn't it? Ooh. I'm not having the ability to do my practice trades at night, which is really irritating me, actually. And I'm still not exactly comfortable and sure what the hell to do with which leg to take off first and when. I need to have some sort of criteria in my mind that I know what I'm doing when I do that, and I don't end up upside down with suddenly 10 contracts in drawdown, which is, I realize is only one mini, but when it's a number of points, that can be, that can add up pretty quick. Basically, until the first of the year, I only traded minis, and I traded the risk neutral 2-lot package, and that $700, $750 on a 2.1 on both take profits. and $300 stop. So just about almost, it was about 2.5 to 1 R value. Man. Ouch. I don't need that 100-degree crap. You're going to have alligators knocking on your door to just come in and chill out. One thing about this particular area, I don't know if all of Houston, because it's a big spread out place, but there's a lot of trees here. Tall, 60, 70 footers. Oaks and ponderosa pine primarily. So there's a bit of shade now and then. This is a good thing until the hurricanes comes and then they start blowing over, and then it's not a lot of fun anymore. With ATAS, which is, I'm assuming, where you execute, I suppose there's a one, like a journal or an account tab or something like that, and then you can you can flatten all, in other words, which is one of the problems I find over here with Bookmap. That doesn't work. And after that ridiculous IA-a-thon over the weekend, I'm not in the mood to try that again anytime soon. So here we go. Waiting for that. Remember, we got the overnight low down here at 12. There's been some phenomenal trades if you happen to watch that signal or noise or whatever it's called, that tasty trade thing that DeVecchio does with sometimes Spivak or sometimes the, forgot his name, the other guy, really smart guy. Well, they analyze the trades to see, these big ridiculous trades like 4 million, $12 million worth of puts and stuff like that on SpaceX. They analyze where they came through and from where. They've also done that for the Trump trades, where he, puts on big trades and then a couple hours later and makes a news announcement. Wait a minute, what am I doing? There we go. Now, just looking at my stuff here, at Bookmap for both ES and MES, Delta is by far away. Sell Delta or short down here on the bottom. I think. I mean, if I'm reading it right. Well, let's see it tell. What you're going to be looking for is a squeeze. That would be great. You know, that closing swing trade where they come ripping up through the roof there. Oh, by the way, I shouldn't say that. I was going to say something that AI idiot told me, so I'm not sure it's true. But when I originally started the Google story about that, being able to do those trades and stuff, apparently Ninja Trader is provisioned to do that. Place scale-ins on different scale-ins and also different instruments. I have no idea. I'll grab a tea. I'll be right back. We're going to have the market on close in 2 minutes. Okay. I still can't get over that market on close last week. 9 billion contracts. Jesus. What do we got here? Well, there we go. Market on close. Now let's get a pop for Anton. There we go. There you go. Sure. Let's go. Come on. Get up there. Haven't published it yet, but I'm sure they will. Pretty quick. Come on. Get going there, boys and girls. Get that squeeze on. Daddy needs a new pair of shoes there. There you go. Kid needs a new swimming suit. Let's go. Okay, they're all buy side. No, they're not. The Dow is the sell side, but we got 1,122,000,000 buy side S&P, 440 million buy side NAS 100, 328 million sell side Dow, and 190 million buy side Mag 7. So they ought to get, there you go. There's your value area low and that VPOC, developing VPOC. I guess you cleared them out. Yep, there you go. Good man. Nice trade. Excellent. Excellent. Nice trade. Oh, this Globex thing is wearing me out now. I just get a small break and back again, back at it at 5. Yeah, 33 to 40 E3, that 10 handles, right? Pretty much smack on. Good for you. I'm not sure if I... Yeah, you saw that. Well, nice trade out the door, Anton. I didn't get anything done. Gonna wrap the stream up at the top of the hour. Remember that work-life balance is really important. Get away from the monitors, rest your eyes, get healthy, exercise the best you can. If you come into the office on emotional tilt, throw the mouse in the garbage can. And I'll be back for the Globex stream at 1700. Kind of in and out, and more of a homework episode. That this is kind of nice. I mean, nobody joins, so that's okay. Magic drops in once in a while, but now that I'll see if I can get a trade off today. And remember, the stream is my virtual trading journal. Everything that I am watching. Oh, here comes something. Here's a bunch of more executive orders coming out of chute number 4 with a whole office full of flunkies. There we go, baby. Well, okay, now that's not got anything to do with anything that's been scheduled, but here you are. I'm glad it's over. What a crowd, huh? It's just phenomenal to me to see all of those people are, I'm sure, educated, probably well off. It's hard to believe I mean, I would have a hard time following behind somebody that just is a compulsive liar.
That would be so weird for me. I don't get it. Maybe I'm missing something. I probably am. I guess as far as they're concerned, I definitely am. Anyway. Yeah, no problem about it. If you've got, if you trade successfully and you're taking discretionary trades, that's great. That would be the way to go. But unfortunately, I've made this commitment for structured, for vetted trades, and it sucks because I'm spending all my time standing here going down for the third time. It's just ridiculous. I got to come up with something. I'm trying to get out of it by having these different time frames so that I can get at least one trade in each one of those. And IB things, that would be 3 a day, and that would be okay. And then start immediately developing some other strategies besides time fixed. Like the only ones I've got going on now are the initial balance, right? Well, when you're not near the initial balance, what the hell do you do? Learn to knit. This is a breakout trade and reversal, I guess. Something, VPOC migration, something that happens throughout the day that isn't dependent upon a specific price level like the IB or something like that is what I'm thinking about. Maybe VWAPs, or something. I don't know. Yeah, so we got about 2 minutes. I'm going to be back up in a couple hours. The war is working out in its own way very well. There's an interesting quote. Very well for whom, I wonder? I heard somewhere north of $500 billion we've spent, taxpayer money. Not to mention the money that's what's happened to lives and people in Iran. Yeah. Yeah, crazy. Look at them all just grinning. Lining up for a chance to see how much mercury they can pull. I guess, I don't know. I shouldn't talk like that. It's not nice. But it is a phenomenon to me, and that's for sure. So there we go. There's the news. There's the snooze. There's the end of the market pretty much. This session's going to be wrapping up in about less than a minute. Yeah, that's exactly right. And I'm going to shut this down at the top of the hour and get some food and see if I can get out there and mow that lawn. I don't know whether I can. Maybe wait for the heat to die off a little bit. Now it's 33 C. So it's going up. And then get things ready and schedule the stream for the opening range. Yeah. 10 seconds. And there we have it. 7 hours on the stream clock and 1500. I'll be back up. Have a great evening. Congratulations again. Anton. I can get away from this thing and rest my eyes and get my head straightened out for the plus schedule the get the schedule on YouTube and all that stuff for the stream in 2 hours. Well, have a great one. I appreciate it very much. And remember, I'll be back up tomorrow morning for this normal stream at 0800 Central Standard Time. Have a great evening. Congratulations again on